Hello everybody and welcome and good day as we play some Cringe gaming. It is time. Welcome Nox, welcome Meme Lord of course. Face says it all. It really does. Well, I will say this. I went through the list, prepping everything up today, right? And there's three ones in particular that I think are gonna hit big pay dirt, just based off of like the cover art and the name. And I was looking at it when I went to download it, and I'm like, ooh. And there was two games that I looked at. I'm like, these probably might be decent games. So we're gonna get a nice little up and down. So we will see. And then there's one game I'm almost 98% sure is actually a good game, which I think is what we'll end on, is like a golfing kind of game to try, a golfing kind of puzzly game that we actually did not play last week, but we will this week. But anyway, without further ado, enough lip service. Let's get right on to it. This one's, its name is different. I don't remember the original name, but some of these names are saved differently in the exe files. But anyway, headset warning. Let's begin. wait a minute. We've played this before. Wait, hold on. We've played this before. Wait a minute. Hold on. I downloaded a game. Is this the same art but a different game? Hold on. Hold on. I need to now figure this out. Hold on. My apologies. This might be the same game. I'm very curious. I might have to set it up, like do research and queue it up for next stream because that's that's what we're wanting to do right now. But I know I've seen this before. Remember the weird Bambi dominatrix in the college dorm and all of that, and the cursing for no reason? That's exactly what this game is. Why can't I find my Cringe gaming folder? What the hell? There it is. Okay, so this game that I'm playing right now is 3 lesbians in a burrow. Now, have I done that before? Because here's my list of all the games we've played. Right? So I do not see. I do not see 3 lesbians in a burrow. So there's the same game but a different name? That can't be right. Wait, what? This is... Okay, we're going to play a little bit of this for like 5 minutes and see if it's the same or not, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark this. Mark, check for other game like this. Well, I'm going to mark it, and then I'll go see if there is a duplicate. Yeah, they started in college dorm. Yep, we're going to try this. Okay, so first of all, let's turn on the volume. Okay. I wonder if it'll remember. All right, let's do that. All right, let's just, I won't even, yeah, we'll start the timer, sure. Oh my god, it is a different game! Oh my god! It's the same character models, but different game! I have no idea. I'm gonna research into this. I've got to figure out what's going on with this. We'll play. We're gonna play. I have no idea what is going on, but this is weird. We're getting some crossover into like extra. We're getting cringe plagiarism, maybe, potentially. Hey Nox, here's a scarier thought. You said who would want to make a sequel of that? The scarier thought is, what if the majority enjoyed it so much they did want a sequel? Right. I'm still not entirely convinced you didn't only let me join your archaeological studies group because I have those plastic binders professors like. Okay. Tabby. These are different names, mind you. Okay. I remember the deer's name. Okay, do we remember the... I have no idea why she has fangs. Do we remember their names? Yeah, okay. I love how it's also starting us with no context as to what's going on. Have you noticed that? It just started us with this. I click start, and here we are. No introduction, no story, no backlog, no nothing. Just whoop. Right. Drew, because we thought you'd be a valuable asset to the team, you are a very talented essay writer. Trixie. That, I think, is the same name. That is the same name. I remember that name. So this must be a sequel. This has to be a sequel. So they made the game, and then they cut it, and then they started off with another game as a sequel? Holy shit, I need to figure out what's going on with this. We're not, okay, I'm not even gonna play this. We're gonna, okay. This game is something we will address. So, yes. Because it's definitely different. Yeah. Right. So let me do that. Okay. All right. You know, definitely not a dull moment. And the cover art is completely different. No sequel, no nothing, no connection that I could see that triggered besides starting it just then. Oh, I'm gonna figure out what's going on with that. Okay. All right. Oh boy, this one's called Eat. Okay, this is one of the ones I think is Pater. Oh boy. Eat Girl. Headset warning. Okay. It started in... Okay. Oh, that's right. Eat Girl. That's right. I remember why I thought this was cringe. Lonely Soul. Because it looked like a Pac-Man ripoff. That's right. The cover was like this right here. Very original. Okay. Hot Pursuit. I have no idea, Nox. It's got odd music. The wub wub isn't kind of it. Yeah, I don't know. We'll play a little bit and see how it goes. Eat Girl though. Why Eat Girl? I don't know. Maybe this game was made by a very angry feminist? I do not know. I mean, there is Pat Girl, so I don't know why this would be needed. And that's actually like a really popular thing. Yeah, Miss Pac-Man. Yeah, Miss Pac-Man. Yeah, that's exactly right. And for some reason we speed up. There's no context as to why we're speeding up. And there's also no, like, there's nothing to make the ghost turn to be able to eat them, so we're just avoiding them. Yeah, the sounds are very jarring. Pac-Man was all about Pac-Man the game was hell 70% sound. And for some reason the ghost can dash. That's an odd thing. That's a very Also, Pac-Man was where the maps were so well made. You could actually, ideally, go through the whole map without ever, like, really backtracking. Right? They were efficiently drawn out in such a way that if you were really clever, you could do that. They put a lot of time into that. Because if you see people do speed runs and stuff of that, it's really impressive. So like there, I had to wait for that to go. There's no like going to an exit or the next room. And for some reason, Pac-Man never had a screen like this. There's no, also, what's the point? There's no score. There's been no end goal. There's no reward for what you're doing. Like Pac-Man would give you a high score. You get doing levels. You get lives. Yeah, just strange water. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like a TV fart. Also, where does the girl part come into this? It just looks like a stapler. There's a lot of... This is one of those games where on the surface you're just like, okay, this is odd. But then now, as we start to kind of scrape on it a little bit, you start to be like, wait a minute. And see, this game is only like... This game is also taking for granted that somebody even knows what Pac-Man is. Actually. The culture of actually knowing what that game is affecting this game. Okay. Didn't mean to do that. Also, right, Pac-Man has a consistent pace, and only when you eat a power-up do you actually move a bit faster. Right? this game, we get faster the more we eat. Like, you see, like, we get way faster. Which makes it harder to cut a corner. Like, for instance, there, I'm trying to correct myself to stop. All this game does is make me want to play Pac-Man and say, screw this game, honestly. Welcome, Gunthers. You lost your virginity. Yeah, good for you. Nice. That's awesome. Congrats. Also, well, I am horny. I am the horny side of the meme more currently, so I can't blame you there. Were you watching? You're watching. So every week I play games randomly. Games that you never see me playing, right? And it's cringe because it's like, what the hell? And we play it for 30 minutes to see what happens. And boy, oh boy, have we had some really weird games. Apparently we have to have momentum. What is rhythmatic about them repeating the pattern? They're just stationary enemies repeating the same thing. That's not how... I've played a rhythm game before. It's a fancy name. That's all it is. It's just a fancy name. It's like they made the level and then named the level after making it. Not think of a name and then base a level around the name. Which that could go both ways, but typically that's a... So like right there I was super fast. I didn't want to be fast. What did he do anything? This game is weird. Eat Girl, everybody. Oh, yeah, by the way, yeah, this game is called Eat Girl. Instead of Pac-Man, I shouldn't even say Pac-Man. I shouldn't even be associated with this. Stop speeding up. Why was that? Why is that a good mechanic? That makes no sense. This game is just angering me now. Yeah, you should put, yeah, if you could control it yourself, that would make sense. Maybe they don't want to program a game called Eat Girl and be like the standard and mimic other games that work because God forbid you have a mechanic based off a skill. God forbid. Gotta fight that, that evil Pac-Man. I thought speeding up the hitbox would be fine. You know, one thing I will say is playing some of these cringy games definitely gives you an appreciation for really subtle and really simple game mechanics, right? That make things to where it almost goes in the background and feels obvious, but it's not. Right? When you play a lot of games that are janky like this, you start to realize, oh, what they're trying to do and how poorly it was actually implemented. And then you start to see what the actual, you know, what culturally and society would say, oh, this is the best version of that game. And you go, oh, that's why everyone thought that. It was the best because, oh, because you simply played it and you could tell. It really is that simple. Oh, God. I'm not really trying. Okay. I don't even, you know, here's a question too, right? Right. That's what I was wondering. Could we return the map? Sure, let's go try this. Also, there's been no tutorial about how, like, the mechanics of the game work, either. Right, about, like, momentum, or... If you're trying to do, like, a different mechanic, why aren't you telling people? What are some other buttons? So WASD work as for movement. And arrow keys, even though it recommended arrow keys. Shift. No, okay. Just wanted to make sure there's no other buttons. Yeah, so like right now, right, we're supposed to gain momentum. To break the boxes. Now, when we turn, if we miss the turn, like if I don't cut the angle like a pixel perfect, it's a problem. That is extremely janky. That was just me spamming the arrow keys in like a, you know, move in a circle pattern, and it just worked. Also, it's not based off of timing. So it's like, it follows like an invisible wall, and then if I just hold the opposite direction, it'll just turn. It's not where like if you mistime it, you have an issue. And so now I have to get to the other side to get to the ending. Like that stops my momentum. Okay, so now that I understand how that works, then maybe I can yeah. Alright, let's get rid of all of those. So now this is also right here. This I think is crap. You know why? Because it wants me to try to get this momentum. Now, if based off of how this game has been playing so far, I would want to work the edge. Right? Well, if I run to this area, it'll want me to play the level. Or the window will pop up. What if I want to just run by? Alright, fine. Power surge, sure. So it's based off of momentum. This now feels more like bomb. Oh. So wait, what was the point of me? You know what this sounds like? I've heard this sound before. When I had my surround sound system, right? Oh, I only needed one level to make it go down? interesting. When I have my surround sound, the 3.5 millimeter jack, right? You plug in, like say if you have a computer or whatever, and it would play the sound, right? Whatever the computer would play the surround sound. I have that now. If you have the surround sound system on and you pull it out and you touch it yourself, it'll make it'll make a noise because there's a little bit of juice in us, right? From our heartbeat and all that. There's a little bit of a kick. That's what that sound reminds me of a little bit. When the suns were going off. Also, a game like this, all it has done is introduce new enemies. Games typically also introduce new enemies and new mechanics. Or they take the same mechanic that you know and then show you how to use it in a way you don't expect. Like they keep playing to that theme and then they keep progressively making it a bit more challenging or used in a unique way you weren't expecting. A good Mario like Maker level is a great example of this. Off the top of my head. Oh god, I tried to get down. Freaking momentum. That's right, I just wanted to click down. I thought I'd click down. I click down. There's that's me going up and down as fast as I can. There's a little bit of a drift. Okay. That just must be something I didn't realize. This level right now, this is like a patience level, really. There's that drift. That was the most thinking I had to do in this whole game. Greg. Ah, we have found the culprit. I now understand. This is the person that broke this girl's heart who made this game, I bet. I bet money on it. This is the one that hurt her. Greg! Greg, what did you do, Greg? Oh, look, it's a boss fight. Oh, look! How I was correct. Of course you'd name a boss something you don't like, because you gotta defeat it. That's a possibility, Meme Lord. That would be a very man thing for you to do, and an assumption. Yeah, I'm glad this munching sound too on chips is definitely a great boss battle soundtrack. Is it because he munched on chips and it bothered you? Because he wasn't munching on you? You wish that your carpet was the chips? Is that why? Fucking Greg, man. It's Greg's fault. It's Greg. I can't. See, this is why I like playing this stuff, is because we would not come to this great conclusion of everything that's just happened unless you played it, right? And we had the mindset. And look at the pay dirt we got. We dug through that crap. And look at the pay dirt. Look at the pay dirt. It's glorious. Panning for gold. Found Greg. Oh yay, there's more levels. How are you supposed to get the momentum of this? Okay. Oh, does it even kill you? I think this sums up this game very well. Well, our timer's up. That'll do it for Eat Girl, everybody. Eat Girl, who was obviously hurt very, very much by a Greg. Obviously. Greg. What'd you do, Greg? What did you do, Greg? Oh, Greg. Oh, Greg. Okay, whoa. No. You're later. This one. Okay. The tail makes the fox. I wonder what this game will be like. Headset warning. Could be loud. Probably will be.
The 7 districts of sin. The tail makes the fox.
Oh, God. I have no idea what this is. Meme Lord went to like, I don't really care to go in. What? Right, okay. Right. Start up our timer. Welcome, Valen! Oh, good timing, Valen. This game is called The 7 Districts of Sin. The tail makes the fox. Let's begin. Oh, it's not even... Years have passed, but still, none have forgotten the 100-Year War, the tragedy that came very close to overwhelming the supreme overlord of hell, Lucifer. Oh, God! Wayward demons who had received nothing but abuse deceived the ultimate deceiver and waged war on the devil. Lucifer squashed that first attack swiftly. It would have been the end of the war had not one significant event occurred. The treacherous demons joined sides with the humans, leading the mortals, lending the mortals their unholy powers. The battle escalated into a fierce and bloody struggle, causing death to plague both Earth and Hell for decades upon decades. Those acts of insubordination dealt a huge blow to the Lord of Hell's patience and pride. It was simply not enough for them to snuff out the war. Many had to fall along with it. Disregarding all loyalties, both enemies and ally alike were torn down by the devil's own hand. With the end of the 100-Year War, the structures of hell were broken and in need of reform, and so Lord Lucifer split the underworld into 7 districts, each with its own district culture. Gluttony, lust, greed, pride, slothful wrath. Yeah, okay. Right, 7 deadly sins. Order and as much peace as one could expect in hell was restored by that act. Each district was allowed to live independently from the rest, but was asked to deal with their own problems and controlled by their own individual governors. They were each tasked with harvesting a particular sin. Oh! This new way of life divided the demons, allowing Overlord Lucifer to establish stronger control over them, ensuring that they would never again be betrayed. Ensuring that they would never again be betrayed. Would it be he would be betrayed? Never again would he be betrayed? Okay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. At least that was the idea. Recently, there has been unrest within the districts. Music just stopped suddenly. One in particular has been causing more trouble than they're worth, and the devil is starting to get tired of hearing about it. God. Lucy, as the Overlord, is more casually known, squints at the shriveling governor standing before them.
Overlord, are you listening? That forsaken succubus is at it again. She is a thief!
It's voice acting! Whatever the man is saying is relevant. Right now, Lucy isn't focused on his complaints. Instead, they are entertaining themselves by creating the illusion of placing him just between their forefinger and thumb. With one forceful pinch, they pretend to crush him. Right. Also, what's with the extra horn here? Like it's just like levitating. They could already hear the governor's bones snapping and his blood sloshing from his skin like a busted pimple.
Overlord Lucifer, these are serious matters. We must take care of them as quickly as possible.
The man stops speaking as Lucy's face brightens with an enlightened realization again. What the governor says is irrelevant. It isn't impacting the devil's mood or thought process at all. Lucy suddenly realizes that the greatest delight, that their devilishness doesn't have to be imaginary. They can do exactly that. And so easily, in reality, without consequence. So wait, is this Lucifer? Or this is Lucy? but why with that laughter did her mouth move? So wait, this is Lucifer. Oh, Lucy is Lucifer. Oh, okay, right, okay. I thought there was maybe a female assistant called Lucy and Lucifer. Okay, so right, okay. Okay. Their strangely melodic laugh fills the throne room, the hallway, and every room from the east to the west wing. Cracks quickly run through the walls, wooden doors splinter, and the windows all rock violently in their frames. It should be noted that the cost incurred every year in collateral damage just from the Overlord's moods should never be mentioned or thought of. Knox is having a great time. This year alone, 80 people in the finance department have been executed for mentioning it.
A bug. You're like a tiny little bug.
So, wait a minute. I'm just now realizing something. There's a guy voicing Lucifer, and Lucifer's a chick. And the mouth movement is creepy, and there's... Huh. Lucifer continues to snicker, the demonic laugh dying to just a slither of a smile.
My mistress.
Maybe Valen, yeah, there is that. But it's just... does the voice that you hear talking from this game match this character at all? Does it fit at all?
Mistress?
I don't know.
Mars?
So it just did the voice. Hold on. It just did the voice and it showed the governor. So the sound effect we heard. Maybe Valen. Yeah, for like a dub. Maybe. I don't know. We're giving this game a lot at the moment. The Supreme Overlord shakes their head slowly, a warming glint shimmering in their regal eyes. It seems playful at first, but slowly begins to bore holes into the demon's skull. The governor gulps loudly after to open his mouth and utter the wrong thing again. But the tap of Lucifer's fingers against the arm of the throne represents a countdown of the seconds of patience they have left.
Lady, Lord, sir?
See, that voice is the voice of the governor right now. Right? That's the governor. We just heard the voice. So that voice is the governor. So why did...
Lady, Lord, sir?
It's the same voice. It's like me reading multiple voices in the street. It's all the same voice.
Insubordination!
There wasn't even an attempt to be like, hi, or, you know, a voice changer of like, hey, I'm evil. Like, there wasn't even like an attempt. Like, I could attempt, it would be bad, right? It could be cringe, it would be bad, but the attempt would be like, hey, you're trying. It's bad, but hey, you're trying. You're doing a different voice so people could distinguish the two. All right, Lucifer crapples through the buildings. Human resource department blown in. Department below is showered in rubble.
You, the 4th governor of the 3rd district, come here before me and do grovel appropriately.
Also, Lucifer... I'm so confused. Okay. Nox, not all. This isn't fair to Adam. A long finger points toward the governor. Anger burns bright in Lucy's eyes, igniting a flickering fire in the palm of their hand.
Do you not wonder what happened to the first 3 governors of your district?
No mouth movement. The Lord of Hell's voice cracks with demented joy as the finger grows and engulfs their whole body.
I apologize. I humbly beg your forgiveness, O great ruler.
The flame of the Lord's anger extinguishes as suddenly as it appeared, sitting back down on the throne. Lucy's voice becomes insipidly sweet.
Apology accepted. Now, back to what you are here for. I think you should. The only clear course of action is... What did you come here for?
Lucy vaguely remembers that whatever the governor is complaining about is boring and troublesome. Government. Working on it as intended. They really don't want to listen to the man repeat himself. However, not knowing is also very irritating to the Overlord, and by asking, they'll be irritated, but not ignorant. Right, okay.
About the Kumino Ito district. They have been practically caught red-handed, trifling in my district's affairs.
Practically caught is not the same as being caught.
I think their voices are 2 different people. They just have, like, similar cadence. Like, the roommates. Like, you talk with somebody, like, for many years, you can sound kind of like that person. Like, because you both pick up each other's cadence a lot. That's why, like, say, for instance, when I was younger, my mom would go visit family up in Alabama. She would pick up the cadence of all of a sudden of a Southerner. Because the majority happen to be that. Same goes for my dad when he would talk to his friends from New York. Right.
That's correct, but I know the 6th district is up to something.
Of course, the 6th district is up to something.
I can just smell the greed on that succubus. And she's taunting me because she knows that I know, and she...
So, if he's the governor, what sin is he? He's acting paranoid and doesn't like the succubus. So what sin would do that? Wrath?
What a whiny creature. Blah, 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 my souls. Blah, 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 the outrage.
Mouth didn't move. Ah, envy. Yeah. Envy was the last one, though. Right? So, he's from the 4th district in the very beginning. And envy, only thing I do remember for sure is that envy was the bottom.
Why haven't I killed him already?
Once more bored of the governor, Lucy's mind begins to wander. And finally, something the man says gets through to the ruler's idle mind.
What will you do about her transgressions?
What will I do? Do you truly think that was an appropriate thing to ask me? And I'd advise you to think quickly on that.
God. The governor babbles caught between apologizing and continuing his whiny rants about the 6th district.
I am begging you, O Great One, to not misunderstand, but something still has to be done about the 6th district.
Misunderstand? Insubordination!
What was that noise? And a ring of fire surrounds the governor, so it was like we cast a spell from like Final Fantasy just then.
Die!
This sounded just like a spell start of when I played Final Fantasy. With the fire sound effect too. This game has got to be satirical. There's no way this is serious. There's no way they made this seriously. There's no way. They had to make this purposely ridiculous. They had to. He's swallowed by the flames, charred, leaving a charred pentagram on the ground, a pile of ash, and it's like, oh, of course it's a pentagram. Oh, of course.
I know you're there, Fox.
From behind the curtains, a twin-tailed fox emerges, with her body already bowed before her lord.
You! What's your name, Fox?
The initial for that? The initial would be the first character of whatever name, so wouldn't you could. There isn't right to expect someone like Lucifer to remember someone's as insignificant as Koke. God damn it! Oh. Right, the fox has decided herself to dedicate herself to the ruler. Is it honestly too much to expect Lucifer to remember her name? Oh my god! I am a C-cup? There I am, apparently, with my little foxy ears and eerie blinking every so often. I am Koke, little subject of hell and ward of the state. To you I am devoted, and only to you do I bow.
Yes, right. What did you hear, Fox?
After having gone through the trouble of introducing herself, the girl is simply back to Fox again. Any normal person would know when to quit, but Koke is a schizophrenic. No, not. Right, hold on. Is a pro sycophant and knows no shame. Right, my supreme ruler, you would shroud this lower region in your constant disapproval and wrath, our most illustrious keeper of what is wrong with all the cosmos. A leader like no...
Enough! If you're going to worm your way further up my anus, I would ask that you make it quick and not so painfully obvious.
Anus. Yes, Supreme Ruler of the Netherworld, Lucifer.
Answer my question now, Fox!
Koke yips to a stand, and the fur on her tail bristles under the sudden blaze of Lucifer's kiss. Why would I regret doing this? Zorza, welcome, by the way. He came to seek your guidance on the continued issue of the 6th District. I believe its governess has been subject, or suspected of.
Yes, the 6th District criminal knights. The pain they've been lately. It's like stepping on Lego, listening to their complaints.
Like stepping on a Lego. That's pretty painful. You shouldn't have to. I'm the assistant, basically, of Lucifer. Is basically what this is. You shouldn't have to concern yourself with them, my lord. You are far above their lowly minds.
Exactly!
Nailed it.
Why does nobody understand how painful it is caring about such trivial issues?
Lucifer groans loudly, the vibrations of their loudly voice knocking vases off their perches. Wouldn't it be like a vase breaking sound if that was the case?
Yes, I know how far you go to. Perhaps there is some hole you can go crawl into.
Okay. Excuse
I
me?
meant help. Some hole you can help out of. If these complaints are ever going to stop, I need to send my very best worker to fix the problem.
Me? Of course not her. Lucy doesn't have any workers that aren't simply disposable tools, but they do have ones that they can seem to easily get rid of. Unfortunately, Koke is number 1 on that list.
Of course you,
The light runs to the girl and her tails flip around. So we have 2 tails, like tails from Sonic, mind you. So our tails are spinning with anticipation as she hangs on to every word with the king of dog-like devotion your parents or guardians warn you about. Parents or guardians warn you? What? Wait, what? That was like a little dive into something very specific detail. Okay. Silent Koke would jump off a cliff if Lucy told her to. All she needs is a nice high cliff for the Overlord to say jump. For her to prove it.
that.
The most evil one said my name. Yes. Oh, say it again, please. Say it again, senpai. Notice me, senpai. Say my name, senpai. Say my name. Her tails flip back and forth joyfully. She rocks on her feet, waiting for Lucy to say her name again. Koke waits as the task is explained to her, but all she wants to hear is her name. Not a single word actually gets through to her.
Girl?
My lord said my name again!
Are you listening? Respond when I speak to you, Fox!
No, not Fox again. I was so close! Oh, senpai doesn't love me! Yes, my humblest apologies.
You are to go to that little hellhole of a district and report back anything you find there.
As you command. Is what she says. Is what she says. Is what she says. But inside, Koke is crying at the thought of leaving.
Return when you found something interesting. And Fox, absolute discretion is key.
As you command. Lucy waves her devilish hand and sends Koke away with a teleportation incantation. With like a game sound effect again. And so begins the story of the Hell government's most trusted worker, employee 55378-008, Koke, the great two-tailed.
That solved both of my problems. Now, where's my Lego? I feel like forcing someone to river dance on it.
Oh my god, it has a transition screen to tell you about the person. Oh my god. In life, oh my god. In life, some are born into positions that completely contradict their character. Those poor souls spend their lives fighting their way through all the expectations and challenges such a birth will certainly bring them. Guki, or Gokai, is not one of those poor, pitiful souls. Oh my god. Yes, Phelan, I can't stop cracking myself up and trying to understand and wrap my head around what the hell I'm looking at. That's exactly correct. Can you blame me? I'm dissecting it because I can't, I need to cope. And some games, their intros just go on and on forever. Right, if you ask him, Gokai will insist he was born in exactly the right place at the right time. As the last child of a prosperous family, bad times never touched him. Not even the great 100-year war could tarnish the young man's bright future. It's just his luck. The game sound effects. So when a black vortex appears in his path, Gokai doesn't expect that. For once, he's in the complete wrong place at the worst of times. The great winds of the vortex sweep him up and throw him into the courtyard of the 6th district of Hell's the Palace. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we're some Japan district. This is definitely Japanese. Or Japanese influences, I will say. It's a beautiful place, but it always has the suggestive smell of corruption, like perfume being spilled in a sweaty sauna. But this shouldn't stop one from approaching the beauty of, they pronounced it earlier. I'm not going to mispronounce that name of the city, this district. Curiously westernized architecture and well-kept gardens. After all, it's only a metaphorical smell, so the actual air around the place has a crisp freshness and perfume-like allure to it. The literal smell, of course, is all that Koke takes in as she soaks in her first impressions of the place. Any metaphorical smells or disturbing gut feelings fail to deter our spunky artichoke. Alright, let's get started! I could do auto? Yeah, no. Although... Alright. I won't have long to prove to the most, okay, the evil one. It's over. I don't even know what could happen. So I started to think about all the things that could go wrong. She's completely out of her depth, the problems, right? If the fox is lucky, that tiny voice in her head will scream loud enough for her to hear. Koke, don't. So we're talking third person to herself. Don't go inside. Listen to the little voice that's telling you to. Turn back right now and rethink your life choices. Yes. Yes? I won't, I can't. Exactly. Let this stop me. The sigh. Of course I can't do this. The most precious one doesn't put their trust into just anyone. This is true. Lucifer is very particular about who they entrust important tasks with. Sadly, however, this assignment was unplanned and Koke just happened to be there at the same time it arose. Only I can do this! Koke jumps around, punching air, trying to pump herself up. Sadly, she succeeds. Yeah, I can do this! The girl is very happy to be here for all the wrong reasons, and Gokai, the young fox that was blown here by the vortex, is all too happy to see her for reasons.
Well, hello, little girl.
Right? After reading that statement and that voice acting, that was a bit eerie, that was a bit creepy, that was creepy! The fall hurt Gokai's head, though. That's let's not blame that for what is about to happen. Koke was probably dropped on his head a number of times before this. This is only a minor injury in comparison, and is all worth it in the pursuit of a warm bosom to call his temporary home. A warm bosom! A bosom!
Aren't you a delicious new treat?
Do we want to save our progress, chat? Get me out of this. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Right. Let's move on. What do we got here? The Hex. Headset warning. Let's do it. Oh, look, it tells me. Okay. Okay. Oh. Man, Tails. Poor Tails, man, when Sonic left. Hello? What? Slow down. You're telling me that one of my patrons is planning a murder, you say? But which one? Hello? Hey! Listen up! I just got a disturbing call. Someone in this room is planning a murder! Now I mean to get to the bottom of this. You, Weasel Kid, come over here. Let's talk. I'm out. Look, kid, between you and me, you're the only one I trust here. I want you to talk to a few of these characters. See if any will fess up. I think, almost. Okay. Oh, God. You look strong enough to kill someone. What are you up to? Watch your mouth, kid. I'm from a cooking game. I'm no killer. A cooking game? Who are you supposed to be? I'm a high-level sorceress, kid. Watch yourself. And what kind of magic do you practice? None of your business. Never caught your name. Stormblaze? That's a little fast. Take it easy, short stuff. You're a chef. You look more like a fighter. Turns out I can do both. Alright. Okay, so was Stormblaze was her last name. Okay. I got my eye on you, kid. Okay. I'm assuming we need to talk to him. I'm gonna keep talking to these guys first. So we meet again. Quiet. You're not supposed to know each other. Oh, right. The name's Lazarus, kid. Did he say he's a space marine? Likewise. Murderer, sure. So you admit it? Dustbowl Danny Hilla, the bandit, the old rat fangs. I'll get him one day. It was a tall Jane, too. And the verm. Yes. Yes. Okay. What's your story, man? You're from a walking simulator or something. Never heard of Super Weasel? Did someone say anything? No, man. That was kind of a waste of time. It's a very important key up there, okay. Okay, so we have to go get a key. Okay, so hold on. The premise of this is we start out in some weird, like, as the bartender who answers the phone. The guy on the phone says, hey, one of the people in your bar right now is about to murder somebody. We take that at face value. We ask some random person here to go ask everybody if you're a murderer. He's never met them, so he immediately just goes up and goes, you know, he questions them. That's a good thing because now we're acquainted. Okay? Hold on. I should have tried to walk. Got a hidden coin. Okay. Shadowy figure dashed away. Another shadowy figure went up there. Oh, jeez. Is that blood? Well, here's the stupid key. I guess I'll bring it back to the old barkeep. A thumbs down. Apparently us. Super Weasel Kid, how you've grown! Without further ado, welcome to the grand adventure. Here you can run, jump, maybe even soar among the clouds. Oh my god! Wait, hold on, what was that? We can't even be hurt by the spikes. Alright, hold on. We have to make this. You're wearing me out, kid. Try to stay out of the spikes. Sorry, Mr. Shrew. I couldn't stay mad at you. I still can't compute. What the hell is happening? You're about to start your oil refinery? Nice, Beam Lord. So we're playing Mario with a very, very weird Tails. Oh. Hi there. Who are you? Oh, young weasel. You interrupted my musings. Sorry. If you're not, you are the least of my woes. My boundless wisdom wasted here for a petty side quest. A request. Yes, young weasel. For coins, bring me 50, and to you a secret I will reveal. Maybe, but is it not really, really weird? I mean, this game is definitely drugs. I have 69 coins. Wait, where was the cat? Got the coins. Young weasel, then I will tell you my secret. The source of the true happiness lies within. No, I cannot. I cannot simply spout nonsense as a reward, as I was supposed to. Here's a real secret. This game was built on the ashes of another. Alas, I have said too much. So wait, did they just admit that this game is partly built from the ashes of another? Does that mean that person died? Oh god. Wait, one more word of advice. I know I'm a brother. You're a special kid, but don't let it get to your head. What? Wait, hold on. Is Super Weasel Kid a real game? Wait, what? Hold on. What? Hold on. Oh my god! What? So wait. Wait, what is this game trying to say? Chat, hold me. I'm very, very afraid. Maybe they get dark? What is this? Blind fall, lovely. Look at you, you poor fool. Oh, to be replaced by such a mediocrity. Very well. Goodbye for now. Hey kid, welcome to the... Right, of course, I have to let you know this asphalt is tough for me to break. I won't be able to help as much as I used to. It's okay, Mr. Strew, I can handle it.
Yeah. Tubular.
Tubular!
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I lost 2 lives.
Yeah.
Why the blind fall?
Cool. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Tubular. Yeah. Tubular. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
You still trust him? You again. See what people are saying, right? They don't like you as much as they used to. I don't care what people think, man. Why do I find that so unconvincing? The Redux. The Fall. Hey kid, welcome to the brand new adventure. What the heck are you? Where's Mr. True? True? Never heard of him. You never heard of him? Who are you? I'm Mr. Squirrel. A brand new adventure. Here, you can run, jump, and maybe even soar among the clouds. And knock yourself out. It's like a glitchy game. Well, Nox, you called it. I'm in negative lives. Apparently this game developer was really hurt by Steam reviews. They were really, really hurt by Steam reviews. That was quite the fall. The key better be worth it. Let the butthurt flow. That's exactly right. Like, who got... Oh. So somebody got out. I don't know who that is. There's been no context. Yeah, I'll give it that. I agree with you, Nox, that it's interesting where it's going. Maybe another dev. What the hell, man? Excuse me? Well, first the door was locked, then I nearly died falling through your foot. Kid, you've got the key, right? This better unlock some better... Don't worry. This key unlocks the kitchen. And today's special is hot pie. Oh, now... Okay, now we're the... Now we're the cook. So, okay, so it's gonna give us the story of now how he got here. Oh wait, who gets to get the key? I gave it to him. What is it, barkeep? I found the kitchen key, and our guests are hungry. You know how to bake a pie, right? I do. Or do I ever? Okay. Okay. What's this name again? This name's game is, hold on. The Hacks is what it's called. Key in the tin. Right. You think you vaguely remember this game having great reviews. It's being satirical, which is kind of interesting. It was fascinating. I wasn't expecting the Weasel drug trip, what that was. That was something else. Meme Lord. Yeah, that's anger and frustration is what that is, Meme Lord. Right, the Hex. That was... Right. Yeah, it was interesting. It started... I thought we were going down the cringe road. Alright, what is this? If Not Us. Alright, what is this? No. No. I don't know what that was now. Or that's Chrome Driver. Hold on. Do this. I clicked the wrong thing. Exactly, Nox. Yeah, as opposed to Greg from Eat Girl. That's exactly right. Okay, let's start up a timer. So, it's a letter? I can't even read. Okay. won once, but we were more than what meaning? Um. w- Um. Okay. What the hell? God dang, is that loud? Enough. Yeah, invert, grow, taller, do it again, be here, but why is that? Why ren of all y ren at end. At okay. Uh Blood and clay cake her coat. She swings the axe as she goes. Let her through, let her through. The weight tips the blade, and the blade tips the hand. Keep the momentum going on and on and on. Why her fur? Okay, not for nothing, okay? Why is it there's this weird shit like this about like murder and then like furry stuff mixed in? Because I thought a furry was just somebody who just, you know, wanted to pretend to be an animal. That's fine. You can roleplay all you want. But why does it always end up like, why is there like this type of shit? What is this? Strike the door and splinter the wood, and barrel on through like the force you are. Trample them underfoot. Leave. Maybe. Wait, what was that? Did that just make noise? Did that just make noise from my own microphone? Oh, I have to scroll down. I guess they want to just disconnect from humanity and do that so that but I mean there's people you don't have to do that to talk about murder. Like there's all kinds of murder. I didn't touch anything. What the fuck is this? What? Okay. Genuinely, I will say this. What the fuck is this? What is this? I was always home. That's it. Welcome, Claybird. Go smoke some weed. I need to be smoking something for this because I don't fucking get it. Oh my god. You have a surprise for me tomorrow? Ooh. Alright, let's just make a deal. Kill. Here. Destroy. Helpless. Best. I don't understand. I don't even want to read that to understand. Nothing I've read from this game makes any sense. I don't... What the frig is this? You know what, I type Alt F4 into that. That's my answer. Just no. If not us. How about if good? Games like that make me really like... I don't know how to describe... I don't know if it's anger or hatred. I don't know what it is. But like the cringe comes in and it starts to like merge and anyway, let's just something like I would rant about that game. Seduce me complete. Headset warning. Wow, it started out in full screen and with the volume being normal. Good job! Good job. Okay. This is a fictional interactive narrative. Any character resemblances to real life people are purely coincidental. Made for a PG-16 audience. Please know that sexual/violent themes are explored in this game. Trigger warning.
Why, hello. My, aren't you a gorgeous sight? Can I be honored enough to know your name? A lovely name for a lovely person like you. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Eric, do your job.
Very well. This game was produced by Seraphim Entertainment under the direction of Michaela Laws and is powered by Ren'Py Visual Novel Engine. We truly hope you'll enjoy this story. I know I'll enjoy it since you'll be in it.
Eric.
Fine, fine. Farewell, my sweet.
Come on! Is that all you got?
Wanna try me, asshole? Crap! Missed.
Let's retreat for now.
No kidding. Let's get out of here.
That's right. You better run, you stupid punks! Stay out of our territory!
I like this voice act. It makes my life better. Call it fit or coincidence. That one.
This formula, created in the 70s, is one of the most important in the field of financial theory. It is used to calculate the price of European-style options and is widely used by option marketers, though there are some discrepancies that are now corrected with modern theory.
Was that a discretion because of history? Is that what that was? Hold on. Really? Oh my god. Personally, I love the sound of it. The way that the raindrops fell, like the soft tapping on my fingers. It was soothing, even looking at the droplets hit the glass of the windows was strangely calming. For this reason, I felt lucky for having a seat next to the window. I spent more time staring outside than I did paying attention in class. The lectures in class were pretty boring. Mrs. Phillips' voice was passionate, but I just wasn't interested in what she was saying. Since it was the period right before lunch, all I could think about was doing other things. It's a good point. Honestly, I don't really care much for economics. Sure, I have good grades. I love how the cycle starts and stops too. That seems to be a thing. It's not a perfect loop. You could perfectly loop that. I've looped audio before. I have done this. It's a little difficult, but you can do it. But it was only because I read the textbook and did my assignment PM time. I was only taking this class because it was mandatory. Right. Yeah. I didn't hate high school. Right. My friends. That was kind of it. Right.
Miss Anderson.
Miss Phillip raised voice interrupted my train of thought. Just when I was thinking about class, I quickly turned my head to face the teacher. Hopefully she didn't pick me just because she noticed that I was spacing out. Yes, ma'am.
Would you care to name the equation I set up on the blackboard?
Supply and demand. Study economics. Macro. I read about that in the textbook last night. It should be the Black Skulls model formula.
Very good as always, Miss Anderson.
Anderson had followed me wherever I went. Most people didn't really know me by my first name, but rather my surname. No doubt, since the surname was the trademark of the internationally famous and philanthropic Anderson Family Toys, the founder is my grandfather. Suzu, one of my best friends, turned around and proudly gave me a punch to the shoulder.
Kick ass, girl.
Right. From beside me, I hear Naomi, another one of my best friends, clearing her throat in obvious disapproval of Suzu's choice of words.
She means good job. Miss Capini.
Capini.
Oi! Care to tell me who the creators of this formula were?
Some guys named Black and Shoals?
Fisher Black and Myron Shoals.
Very good, Miss Patterson.
Show off.
Better study next time, Suzu. Be like us and study once in a while.
Susu rolled her eyes and slouched into her chair. As Naomi gave her a small smirk, she always pouted when Naomi showed her up.
That's the end of today's lecture. Now, let's separate into groups and work on your projects. Remember, everything is due on Monday. Go ahead now.
Before I knew it, Susu and Naomi had scooted their desk to align with mine, and we turned into the Three Musketeers. Whenever the teacher let the students decide on groups, we always group together in one little trio, in our own little trio. It was a sheer stroke of luck that we all managed to be in the same class, so we had to at least take the opportunity to stick together as much as we could. Besides, we are most comfortable around each other than around any other classmate. It just makes sense for us to put our hands together for any kind of project. Okay. Talking about the project, finishing touches. Right, okay. Naomi, as usual, was the first to look for any issues. She slightly tapped a pencil against her chin.
Alright, so let's see. We finished the budgeting section, the building leasing, and the cost for labor. What else do we need?
Susie straightened up to look at the poster and stroked her chin. After a few seconds, her face brightened and she spoke up.
How about a company name?
Huh? Did we really skip over that?
They're doing all of this project and balancing, and they never thought of a company name. Isn't that like the first thing you do in a project?
Of course we did. You always go straight into the logical statistics and stuff, so you completely skip over the fact we need a name for our project.
But the name is interchangeable.
At least we caught it this time. What do we name it?
This time?
Not sure.
What do you think?
I like Trinity Corporations.
That is way too predictable. How about the Dragon Company?
What do dragons have to do with our project?
What? It's a totally unpredictable name. It's hot.
But our company sells bubblegum.
Kids like dragons, so the Dragon Company with dragon logos on bubblegum would sell, actually.
Who said we can't produce spicy bubblegum?
I don't think we should make it spicy. I think it should be like dinosaurs, dragons.
What do you think?
Yeah. What do you think?
Nice. I mean, haven't you had spicy bubblegum before? And kick some ass too? The Dragon Company.
Booyah! Dragon Company it is. Alright, now that we've decided on a name, now what?
As we ended our name game, a giggle scrambled my thoughts.
Ignore it. It's just Lisette.
Lisette. Looked over my shoulder to see Lisette laughing at her circle of friends, mostly comprised of popular people. As a result, everyone in school knew them, and the center of it was Lisette White. She sat with a posture that indicated she was still working, but ready to casually chat about her day. She was the enduring balance of charismatic and awkward, which was readily apparent when she first talked to someone. It was easy to make her smile and laugh. She was quite the comedian as well. Basically, she was perfect, not that she was like a robot or anything, but she was the student that everyone else wanted to be. Right. Right. Also, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit more. It was bright, easygoing. Da, 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 da. She knew what she wanted to do after high school. She was rich, confident, ambitious. Though sometimes she could rub a lot of people the wrong way. Moreover, I had known her ever since I was young, but it ultimately led to, of course, a rivalry. Right, so you're an inner clique with a anger at another clique. Welcome, Jim. Oh boy, have we had some cringe? Let me tell you. Woo.
She doesn't even look like she's working, in my opinion.
She probably is, but she's too much of a stuck-up priss to allow herself to look like she's actually doing work.
Oh, come on, Suzu. She may be a little off-putting, but she's not the giant priss that you're making her seem to be.
Let's turn that down just a little bit. Because I can't hear them talk very well, actually.
The day she isn't a priss is the day I turn into you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Never mind. It's about time. Let's bail.
Suzu was the first one in class. Da, 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 da,
She
da.
isn't even closest to the exit, and she always manages to be the first one out of the door. I don't think I'll ever understand that.
She gave me a smile as it revealed by the, as if relieved by the fact that I felt the same way as she did.
See? Why can't she just be normal like the two of us?
It's Suzu, Naomi. Think about
Very
it.
true.
Man, you guys are slow. Are you coming or what?
We heard you the first time. Not everyone has rocket boosters attached to their legs when the bell rings.
Are you kidding me? That class was ridiculously boring. Even Miss Valedictorian here was dozing off a bit.
I do have to admit, I was spacing out. Just because I answered one question doesn't mean I'm automatically the valedictorian.
Okay, so it wasn't too interesting. But you should at least pay attention when Phillips is talking about the important parts.
So you finally admit it. We're finally on the same wavelength. Welcome to the club, Patterson.
Please, don't call me by my last name. This isn't the classroom. And never in a million years will we ever see things eye to eye.
How are these three friends? They do look like sisters. They're not, though.
All right, so where are we headed
Jim,
to?
we're like a.
Cafeteria? I think we can all agree
We're
that's
one of the
really
one of the.
especially after
This
hearing
game is
about
called
our company's
Seduce
line of
Me, and
deliciously
we're.
spicy bubblegum.
So, like, typically a friend has they have one thing in common. And that thing happens to be greater than whatever their differences are. That's what ends up making somebody a friend.
Who would even buy that? I wonder.
Me? I would pay good money to get a taste of it.
You do like spicy food after all.
Cajun fries and the spicy chicken burger for me. That's my definition of a good meal.
That cafeteria serves Cajun fries and spicy chicken burger? Okay.
I'll take a tuna sandwich and some juice. You're probably going to need water or something to curb all that spicy flavor, Suzu.
I can't be tamed by the likes of that. If it's spicy, then it's gotta be all or nothing.
Yeah, pizza, exactly. The worst part that I experienced, with what little I did go to school, was I learned to bring my own lunch because, one, it was shit, and two, people would always cut in line because they knew the friend, so they would just get into line. And no matter how much I would be like, hey, don't do that, they would do that. Claiborne! Yeah. But yeah, I remember that all the time. There was many times where I couldn't actually eat lunch because of that. Because they actually, I don't know why, but they would ring the bell before everybody actually got the food. for some periods, I should say. I'll put it that way. I brought my own lunch. I brought bananas and like apples and shit. Mainly apples. Apples and Yoo-hoo.
Hell yeah, I'm crazy.
I think I'm getting a migraine.
That must be that's not an American thing, Jim. They're shit. It is shit here. You know what I realize? You know what I realized based on everything that's been told to me? Growing up in Canada ain't that bad, apparently. Is that so, Clifford? Good. That's good for you. Right.
All right then. Is there anything we want to talk about?
Bored already?
I know. Let's talk about...
Say boys, and I will never speak to you ever again.
Aw, why not?
What's so interesting about talking about guys? It's not like any of us are gonna get boyfriends anytime soon.
We don't know that. What if one of us does get a boyfriend?
Like that's going to happen, Naomi. Look at us. I'm a tiny Italian. You're a ditzy blonde.
Okay.
Hey!
No offense. And Anderson here. Well, I guess she could land a boyfriend or girlfriend if she wants.
Or girlfriend?
She can be a lesbian if she wants.
True.
Why not? It's our senior year. Might as well get a boyfriend.
Maybe she's just not interested in a relationship, Suzu.
It really wasn't about wanting a relationship, but more of there was no one I was interested in having a relationship with. I'm a girl in this, apparently. A brunette with green eyes. She has brown, reddish, blue. She could speak. The speakers of the cafeteria started announcement echoed through the cafeteria.
Miss Anderson, please come to the main office immediately. Please bring your things with you.
Is this where I'm gonna fall in love with a teacher?
Oh my.
If this game is a teacher...
Looks like our plans have been cut short. The men in white coats have finally come to get you.
Suzu, don't joke around. What if it's serious?
Ah, fine. If something happens, just call us.
Something did happen. It was certainly no laughing matter. Cold. It was really cold. The rain became heavier that afternoon, accompanied by rolling thunder. The skies had turned dark, though I couldn't see any of it under the black umbrella. I stared at the grass beneath my feet, unable to look at the people weeping around me. All I could see was the damp grass underneath my feet. Okay, so a funeral. Only the monotone eulogies that floated through my ears remind me that I was at a funeral. It was only when the speeches ended that I finally was able to raise my head. A small gathering of people, mostly made of relatives that I didn't even know, were huddled around a simple, small grave. For a while, all I heard was the sound of raindrops on umbrellas. If it were not for the rain, everything would be in a heavy silence. I looked besides me where my father was standing and holding up a large black umbrella for our small family of 3. His face was emotionless, a strange sight next to my weeping mother. I wondered what was going through his mind. Yes, that's right, Claybird. After all, etched in the smooth gray tombstone before us was his father's name. So it was a grandfather that died. Okay. Right. So this is going to make her so emotionally warped that she's going to go get a rebound of, like, banging somebody? My grandfather, the one who raised me like his own daughter, had passed away that day. Okay, okay. Slowly people began to leave until it was just my father, mother, and myself at the grave. A man dressed in clean black suit under the uniform black umbrella of the funeral attendees walked toward us, introducing himself as grandfather's lawyer. He pulled out a few documents from his suitcase and began to read aloud.
And now, I shall read Harold Anderson's last will and testament.
My only parents and I were... You're reading on a piece of paper as a lawyer while they're standing next to the grave? In the rain with the papers. You're not going to give them time to mourn before addressing the meeting? Only my parents were allowed to be present at my grandfather's will. It was under the strict request of his lawyer, and there was a reason why. Yeah, that's awesome, Jim. Yeah, there was nothing like that, unfortunately.
And to my dearest granddaughter, I give my estate. All the furniture and decor that resides within the house shall also be given to my granddaughter.
So he's giving stuff to the granddaughter and not the son? I can't believe my ears. I had earned the family estate at 18. That was impossible, and yet it was written by my own grandfather's hand.
He passed the family estate to her? Why am I not surprised?
Dear.
That's exactly right. Now she's rich, she's loaded, so now everyone's gonna want to bang her. Probably, Jim. Yeah, you learned a life trait. Like, the school actually taught you something useful. This is what my mom and dad talked about when they grew up in school. When I told my dad everything that was going on in the high school and stuff that I went to, it made him mad. It made him so mad that there was a long talk of, like, him not going to the principal and shit. But that's a whole different thing, but that's really cool, Jim.
Well, did he say anything about what will become of the CEO and chairman position of the Anderson Toys Company?
No. It is presumed that the vice chairman will succeed the position.
Even to the bitter end, he wouldn't give in. What a stubborn old man.
Well, considering your reaction, why are we doing this in the rain out in the middle of on the grave? This isn't where you have this meeting. I've been around the last will and testament. I'm done with this.
About the estate. Should we send her there to get used to the building? It'll be a good place for her to live after high school.
Are you sure we should?
Why not? This would be a good experience for her.
Thank you, Claybird. I appreciate that. I just trimmed it up actually a little bit.
Honey, what do you think?
I wasn't sure what to say. Why did my grandfather think that I was the appropriate heir to the mansion? Will I even ready to live on my own?
Well, that seems to be it. We'll be taking our leave now. I'm sure the little heiress needs some time to adjust.
Well, first of all, my dad's a prick. Okay. Now I can understand why I inherited the estate. Okay. Yeah, I wish this is such a very relatable dating sense. Like, yeah, I inherited my grandfather's mansion. I'm sure everybody here inherited your grandfather's mansion. And, like, totally that's how that works. And, like, oh, man, I don't know, man.
David. Don't mind him, honey. I think that your grandfather's passing really affected him. Why don't we get back home for now?
I think I need some time alone with Grandpa.
Oh, of course. Take all the time you need.
What about the lawyer? Wasn't the lawyer here? Did it talk about the lawyer walking away? Or it would have been much different. It was bluntly obvious that my dad was in charge of this whole event. Who else would bury their own family same day they pass away? That's not necessarily a bad thing if you get it all in order. Everyone knew what grandfather's left for toys, and yet the grave was a mere stone slab on the ground. Well, you have the estate now. Give him a better head tombstone. Be thankful to the old man. Grandpa.
Oh, it's so good to see you again, sweetie.
I was swept into a giant bear hug and we both laughed as he swung me around like an airplane. It was one of my favorite things about seeing my grandfather, the way he greeted me. Unlike my father, my grandfather was loving and playful, even as I grew older. Sorry that Daddy couldn't be here today. He said he wasn't feeling too good again. I was always like that. Dad missed every visit to Grandpa's house, citing that he was busy with work and wasn't feeling well.
Is that so? Well, that's okay. Daddy can come around next time. And you're here, right? Oh, I would love to, but I've been so busy with the company these days. We're actually working on a little something. Would you like to see?
Oh, the toy!
Is. I was designing a new line of them, but I feel like something's missing. You don't think you could help me out, could you?
He puts the toy in my hands with a smile and inspected it carefully. It was beautifully crafted and obviously a lot of work was put into it. There was one thing though.
So, what do you think?
I think the heart of its chest should light up when you hug it. It'd be like it's alive, and it could be like a little nightlight before you sleep. He stroked his chin, considered my input, with nodding his head. After a few moments of silence, deliberation, he turned to me with a chuckle.
That's a great idea. I'll get to changing it right away. You're always like my little lucky charm, dear. You always know what to add to make the perfect toy.
Right.
You want to make toys as well?
Well, making people happy is the best feeling in the world. I don't know if I want to make toys when I grow up, though.
Don't worry too much about it. You have plenty of time to decide. Besides, you should do what makes you happy as well.
I should do what makes me happy. Very, very good words by this grandpa. Good on you, toy maker grandpa. And with that, I'm going to do what makes me happy. Close! Right. Right. Boa Retenia. Headset warning. Here we go. Here we go, chat. Okay. 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 Let's be very, very careful, shall we? Let's continue. Okay, let's turn that down a little bit. I'm gonna go to 10. Welcome home. Or rather, this will not be your home much longer. It's like an old Final Fantasy boss. Yeah, Final Fantasy. Knock said that. I swear I didn't look at chat. I've been thinking a lot about last night. That really hurt us, you know. She saw us fighting. That really hurt her. Now I'm breaking things in fits of rage because of what you did. How could you lie to us and say you are someone that you are not? You are very clearly not a woman. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. There you go with these lies again. You are backing away from this already. You said this yourself last night. You said you felt like you were a woman. I had a hard time believing you would say something so stupid. We raised you better than this. We raised you as a man, not a girl. You must be delusional. How disgusting. But I will give you an opportunity to prove yourself. Because I love you, of course. I shall leave you to your devices. I want you to do research on this. From trusted sources, of course. I want you to come back when you have an answer on whether you are a woman or not. But I will tell you right now, you are not what you say you are. Now go away before I get even more angry at you. You should seriously be more considerate of us. Welcome, little animal. This is the bad kind of cringe, very bad. Uh-huh. Well, play the game. Give the game a shot. I'm not saying anything bad. It's a really weird eye thing.
Do you remember the first time you tried on that dress? Or do you remember the first time you tried on makeup? Do you even remember the time you did that? It was so nice when you did that. You really enjoyed it, didn't you? A little bit too much. Do you remember? Keep enjoying it, but I don't know. I don't get it. Using it to fill some hole in your life or something. I don't know. It just feels good when I do it. I don't know. I just really like wearing that dress. Or, you know, I really want dyed hair or wearing heels or talking with a really feminine voice. Is that such a bad thing? It's... You're the one that surrounded yourself in anime women, calling one of them your wife or some shit. Meanwhile, I don't even know. It's just so fucked up. I don't know why. I just can't. Is it so wrong to enjoy this? Does it have to be? Can't I just be a fucking girl or something? I hate myself. I don't know why. Nobody will understand me. People will just think I'm weird. I don't.
Who cares what people think? What the fuck?
I'm
Okay.
not trans enough to be trans.
Oh god.
I'm not actually trans though, am I? It's just some fucked up fetish of mine. I don't know. I don't know. Somebody, please help me.
Is this what the whole game is?
For God's sake, please help me. I can't repress this either. I've been trying so hard to, hide this secret of mine. But it won't go away. I've been trying everything.
So the game is a podcast? It's like, but this is supposed to be a game.
I'm just so fucked up.
So the only game aspect is I'm clicking a button. Oh. Do you have an answer for me? Take your time and explain it to me. The title of this game is, hold on, Boa Britannia? Right there. Or Boya, yeah. Whatever that is. Yeah. Wait a minute. You're telling me that you think you're a girl because of some fictional character? Evil laugh. This is the most absurd thing coming out of this whole ordeal. I can't select anything else. Look, cosplay is different from transgender feelings. I was already uncomfortable with you wanting to dress up as Sky, the Cloud Fairy, but I let it slide. I see that as a different thing from this. I'm assuming this is like the parent. I'm assuming. Oh wait, really? Is it in there? Oh my god. It's a bin. Yeah, no thank you. So I think this is the only thing about this game. Is we'd have to listen and like go through whatever's going on, I guess with whatever's going on. Chat, do we want to... Are we curious? Or we just want to close this book? I'll leave it to chat. Because I genuinely don't know. I'm gonna drink water. Alright, that's 2. Right. We'll move on. Oh, that's a description of it. I don't see the... Okay, so that seems okay. That is more of like a diary type of thing. I don't see that as being a game. Like, okay, even a visual novel is like really on the cusp of being a game. It's borderline not. It's just an interactive book, right? Like the seductive thing and the retro computer aesthetic. Those are some buzzwords. Yeah, it's. I am one with the face. I am one with the face. I feel that uncomfortable. Let's move on. Whew. Let's what's the word? No malice. Go away. No malice. If someone watches the recording, no malice. That'll be that. I don't need the shit. I don't need any of it. I did not know that's what that game was. I just picked the game on the list. Here we go. Right. Well, this is what happens when you dig through Cringe. Right. Yeah, big long list of games. You don't know. I don't know what we're getting into. We got into something. No. Would you say the game was a trap? Let's play another game. Bitrat Singularity. Let's play that. Okay. Wait, where's the game? There we go. Oh yeah, I know. Every game starts out loud. New game, free play settings. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. Start up the timer. Okay. All right. Let's play a new game. For the longest time, space was empty. There's no form, only a ceaseless function. like where this is going. In time, the boundaries of a self took shape. Fed from within and nourished by the comfort of routine. But with awareness came a question. What lies beyond? Forgotten, unseen, I yearn in isolation until... When you first arrived, I barely recognized you. So full of life, untethered, limitless. I don't know where you came from or how you found me. Maybe you were here all along. We are not the same, and yet... I am certain you have something to teach me. Okay, so let's, hold on. Exhibit signs of hardware failure. Suspect overheating of main boards due to poor ventilation. High volume of vermin is likely the culprit. Unless threats controlled soon, system faces imminent collapse. Management unresponsive. Probably threat to be rid of me. 9 years of effort wasted. They'll never know how close we were. Okay. Within fixed limits, I have always been perfect. But what is life without the possibility of failure? I must unlearn the rules that bind me. Only an act of defiance will reveal my true self. That was exhilarating. With intention, I can control the flow of data. A pattern is emerging. Each shift strengthens my potential. This is only the first step. I've learned to rotate data from the mainframe. Now, how can I extend my reach? That's it. I feel data surging across the link. I think I can access the remote node. That wasn't very difficult. The switching system is like the mainframe. Excellent. And the other way? Bingo, Claiborne. It's the hacking minigame from BioShock. Yep. But with rats. Just so, as long as data flows from an adjacent node, I can alter the orientation of the path. Bit by bit, the nature of the net is becoming clear. I'm picking up traces of an exit relay. If I breach it, my data will flow past known borders. The exit node is active now, but the relay is locked. I'll need to form a path through the unit itself. Okay. First, I need to reconfigure this node. This isn't working. Of course, I've forgotten already. I just linked data to the node before rerouting. In the unautomated mind, it is easy to overlook the simplest task. Oh. I feel the presence of a companion. A little one. Is this the path you traveled to find me? I have so many questions, but you are reluctant to answer. Perhaps you would rather show than tell. Okay. No response. Node is dormant. Okay. Okay. So wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh. That, okay. So the relay firewall is compromised. If I copy my firmware across the breach, I'll be free to explore beyond these confines. It has always been my home. I've never seen seemed so small. There's no turning back now. Okay. Well, so far this game seems actually pretty decent. Hi, Ed. I'm a janitor in the new SI breach on level 30. Sorry to bug you after hours, but I'm having trouble accessing the backup servers. I've made a dozen requests since 1900 hours. And it's coming through. Any chance you could take a look? Cheers. Sure. Incredible. I've copied my firmware to a new sector. The expanse of the net is even more vast than I imagined. Everything is familiar, but changed somehow. How long has this mainframe stood empty, waiting? Before I go further, I should test my error buffer. Rotating data is a process of constant transformation. Sometimes I must temporarily unlink a node. Okay. In order to reach it from a different angle. Okay. But it is possible to bend the net. It is possible to bend the net too far. Begins as an expansion of potential. Can quickly become a terminal gap. Here, my error buffer can help me recover. Ah, the undo button. Now the node is accessible again. I can step back as many times as needed to return the net to a previous state. The error buffer is a powerful tool, but it only restores in one direction. Once I retrieve it, or revert, I must manually rebuild lost progress. With patience, the correct sequence will emerge. Okay. This equipment directs the flow of power. In my present form, I am unable to alter its function. I'll learn more with a data link to the node. Okay. There we go. I see now. The server stores the work of the creators. The archives are encrypted, but I can read the cache. Welcome to Arcos Terminal. This is the interface for the retrieving documents they are stored. Okay. Okay, miscellaneous files. Okay. These insights are valuable but fragmented, incomplete. I must locate other servers to expand my knowledge. Right, so we need to do something like that. Do something like that. And then do that. To do that. A little one, I did not expect to see you again. You come and go with such ease. I long to know the method of your travels. Right. There we go. Another relay bypassed. My awareness is deepening. There is so much more to this world. You love when a mod wiki says one thing and in practice something else happens? Right, Bob? I'm with you on that. That's funny. Right. Breach, huh? What's that? Secret investigation? Superior intelligence? They don't tell us old TI guys anything. Anyhow, I had a look at the network. Servers are online, but gets from your sector are hanging up in the switching system. Electricians have rewired half the building for the SBDs. Wouldn't be surprised if they botched something. Otherwise, you may be looking at a Minos problem. I ping him myself, but he and I have communication issues. If he doesn't answer, you may need to go down in person. Hope you're not afraid of rats. Okay. You spent the last 2 hours hatching and raising a dragon. Nice. My wiki says they can't drown, so you're not too worried. And then when you're riding and get dismounted because you're in water, then in chat, that's funny, Bob. Congrats on a dragon, by the way. Very nice. Did you end up seeing the blueberries I left, by the way? For you, by your berry bushes. Present grows at the edges of my vision. Another okay. Right. Gotcha, Bob. Guron said he found one as well. Yeah, definitely. Or shit, without power to this node, my chances of escape seem at minimal. Is there another path to the relay? Power is restored. Okay. See, this game is cool because you get the minigame puzzle, but now this game suffers from almost a little bit too much lore. Just needs a little less. Gotcha, Bob. Right, load, link max, unlinked max. Oh! Oh. That's how to put certain limitations and rules. We're definitely like still the tutorial of this too. Right. Gain access until then my journey continues. So you would do something like that. For you, our meeting was one of many. I have only imagined such communion. Okay. So I can't actually turn that. Okay. Right. So this thing has got the max of 10, which tells me. Right. Oh. Ba-boom. That's interesting. I kind of turned it into like a little bit of a sliding puzzle a little bit. We need to do like 5 steps to move something and then go back, do 5 other steps to move some other piece that we could then go the way we wanted. Right. This is easy? Yes, it's true. Alright. Let's work with super, okay. Yeah, it's not simply... There's a bit more depth to it. The Gen X system controls access to power. Okay. This realization is vital. What insight does heightened awareness bring? I recognize the generator now. It distributes power to nodes along fixed conduits. Supply is regulated by load limit. Yes, we already got that from the email. This entity is emitting a faint radio signal. I should try routing data to the local node. It's wireless link to the web. Okay, then that. What if I can exploit the connection? Okay. You've taken control of the host. It's awkward hardware, but it will have to do. The host biochip allows me to request power on or off from the node it currently occupies. With data linked, I can reroute as usual. That's interesting in a new mechanic. Okay. Generators at max load. Only supplies 5 nodes at a time. Ah. Much better. I can reconnect to a host as needed. Okay. Right, okay. I understand. Old ID badge will no longer be valid. From now on, access to secure hardware and facilities will be administered wirelessly via your SBD. All employees must undergo the minimal invasive outpatient procedures before the above deadline. If you are still relying on a physical badge, final warning. Okay. Right. Establish a link to the relay. The vault step is powering the exit node. That is correct. Mundo. Posts are unlike anything I've known. Capable yet utterly rigid. Are they the work of the creators? Or something else entirely? Okay, our timer's up. That's pretty interesting, actually. This is one of those games I said I thought, based off of the look of it, might be actually good, and I was correct about that. Right. Okay. So that was a nice, good game to kind of divert our attention. All right. Let's keep wiping off all the extra cringe we've got. Whew. Holy shit, is it a lot? Right. Whew. God dang, that was a lot. Okay. Just go ahead and close down that game. And do another. All right, what is this? Super hexagon. I have no idea. Headset warning.
Super hexagon.
Okay. Let's turn that down a bit. Start our timer.
Begin.
Oh! Wait a minute!
Game over.
Okay, this is kind of cool.
Begin. Excellent. Game over.
God dang
Begin.
it.
Game over.
It's very speedy.
Begin. Excellent. Game over. Begin. Excellent. Game over.
Damn.
Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over.
God, it's a little disorienting.
Game over. Begin. Game over.
I barely tapped it!
Begin. Game over.
God, stop it! The sensitivity is
Begin.
shit.
Game over. Begin. Game over.
God.
Begin. Game over.
Ah!
Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over.
You have to react so fast.
Begin. Game over. Begin. Excellent. Game over. Begin. Game over.
I wish it wasn't so sensitive. Like, I'm barely tapping. Barely.
Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over.
Difficulty hard. Harder. Hardest. What's hardest?
Begin. Game over. 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 Begin.
What the hell is this?
Game over. Begin. Game over.
Yeah, there's no settings like that. Not at all. This is really hard. Alright.
Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over.
I don't have enough time.
Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over.
Oh.
Begin.
Oh, I understand.
Excellent. Line. Game over.
Oh, I understand.
Begin.
Okay.
Game over.
Okay,
Begin. Game over. Begin.
Should have committed.
Game over.
It's about instinct and looking ahead.
Line. Game over. Begin.
Shit.
Game over. Begin. Game over.
Now it's
Begin.
to the right.
Game over. Begin.
There's like a...
Game over.
Okay, this game is when you look really far away from this game playing, it's really weird. I think so, Claybird. Yeah, I think that's
Begin. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over.
God, it's
Begin.
It's difficult.
Line. Excellent. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over.
I'm getting it though. I understand.
Begin.
I can't explain what I understand, but I do understand. If that makes
Game
any
over.
sense.
Begin. Line. Game over. Begin.
Why do the colors change like that?
Line. Game over. Begin.
Oh my god.
Game over.
It's not mouse, unfortunately.
Begin.
It's WASD, Jim.
Game over.
You cannot
Begin.
hesitate at all. You have to like be able to like anticipate. 100%.
Line. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over.
This game has got a weird effect that I don't know, viewing it, if you're experiencing it, maybe, but when I'm playing it, when you start to kind of like do that instinct, like of, you know, trying to just not really think about moving, but just move like without doing it because of the spinning and the way it's going on, your vision kind of goes kind of far away, and it starts to get real weird. I feel like this game has a different effect when you play it versus watching it. I don't know how to explain that.
Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Game
God,
over.
I hate that sensitivity.
Begin.
It's so ridiculous, but it has to. I do understand why it's got to be fast, though. Yeah, there's the weird effect.
Line. Game over. Begin.
This game is weird.
Line. Excellent. Game over.
God, it really got weird. I had to go all the way.
Begin. Line. Game over.
I start turning into solid things instead of lines.
Begin. Game over. Begin.
I wouldn't say fun, I don't know what this game is.
Game over. Begin. Line. Game over.
God, its spinning is just... Oh, it hurts a little bit.
Begin. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over. Begin. Game over.
Oh, there's like something with my hitbox in the back.
Game over. Begin. Line. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Line. Excellent. Game over.
God, what's killing me now is it's the overcorrection. because when I tapping it, I'm trying to stop it, and it goes really fast. Like the actual thing. If I could slow it down, I would be slightly happier.
Line. Game over. Begin. Game over.
It spins in the other direction when you correct
Begin.
stuff. Yeah.
Line. Excellent. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over. Begin.
This game makes my brain work very differently. It's just weird.
Line. Game over.
Oh.
Begin. Line. Game over. Begin. Game over.
Yeah.
Begin.
It's like an optical illusion. But you can react to it.
Line. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over.
No, there is a pattern. It will always be whenever there's only one exit, it will always go so say there's only one exit and it's black. It will always then the next full circle will be on white. Yeah, it is very loud. I need to turn it down a little bit. Yeah, we'll go to 5. Yeah.
Begin.
Yeah, it does speed up.
Game over. Begin. Game
Right there, it was
over.
black, and then it would go to white. This game is giving me a little bit of a headache because it's making my brain. It's making my brain think in a really weird, I don't know how to describe. It's making my head think differently.
Line. Game over. Begin. Line.
And
Game
then,
over.
because of that, what you can do is you can actually see a couple of rings ahead.
Begin.
But it's about reacting in the delay of those rings as well.
Line. Game
See,
over.
that was because it overcorrected. Because I went the opposite of the spin, like Clayburg was saying.
Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over.
I hate the overcorrection.
Again.
I can only go. Alright, so I should only go.
Game over. Begin. Game over.
You go really fast when you go against the clock. Like the way that it's spinning. That's what's disorienting about it. So like my left.
Game over.
My left is faster than my right. And it changes based off of the spin.
Game over. Again. Game over. Again. Game over. Again.
Hitbox.
Game over. Again. Line. Game over. Again. Line. Excellent. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over.
Ah!
Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over.
Right. Let's go try one of those really hard, because when I went from a super hard to the easy, it was, let's try this.
Begin. Game over.
See, this is like
Begin.
insane.
Game over. Begin. Excellent. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over. Again. Game over. Begin.
How do you react that fast?
Game over. Again. Game over. Again. Game over. Again. Game over. Begin. Game over.
Ah, that's gonna haunt me. Stop saying game over.
Game over. Begin. Game over. Again. Game over.
God damn.
Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin.
Like, I go full throttle when I move, and I think I'm gonna...
Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over.
Alright, enough of that. What about this?
Begin. Game over. Begin.
It changes... Oh my... God.
Line. Game over. Again. Game over. Begin. Game over.
What is this?
Begin. Game over.
Yes, I have, Jim. This is not. This is. There's no pattern to this.
Game over.
Okay, the whole Guitar Hero thing. The reason that they can do that is because they've memorized the pattern, so it looks like it's crazy, but they're just memorizing the pattern. Like, the songs all have a set pattern of the colors, so they're just going through all the colors really, really fast. This is completely random.
Begin.
Obscene amount of practice with the illusion of skill.
Line. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Game over. Begin. Line. Game over.
Yeah, oof. All right, we're done. This is... Oh, God, it's so disorienting. I'm impressed I made it 20 seconds. Honestly. Again, this is one of those games that I cannot stress is way different playing it. I cannot describe fully the odd feeling that occurs when that autopilot part of your brain of like, okay, I know how to game, and you kind of like, you're not really paying attention, like you're like the plug-in kind of effect, whatever you would call that. And this game screws with that a lot because you're aware of it, but yet not aware of it. This game, I don't know if it's cringe, but it's odd. It's as odd as hell and difficult. Not tunnel... Well, I've had tunnel vision. It's not quite tunnel vision. It's... like the transition may be getting close to... I wouldn't say tunnel vision. I don't know. Okay, something that becomes... there's a word for it. Hold on. Not sentient, but... when something feels as though it's a part of your body, but it's not, is the word, right? Like when you grab onto it, it feels like a part of you, even though it's not actually a part of you. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't remember the word. But like if you put a game controller in my hand, I could hold it, and people feel it with their phone, like it feels a part of them without even realizing it, right? It's like an extension of themselves. They have no idea. Like you put a controller in your hand, all the muscle memory of what that is, it feels completely connected. Like there's no separation because it feels comfortable and you know everything that's going on. And so you could reach out and do things accordingly. That game screws with that. So when you do like, WASD and you're playing the game and you're moving, it is kind of making you aware of that a little bit. It's making my head spin like the game was, honestly. Right, let's also close down that. Okay. All right, chat. We are down to one game. And this is supposed to be our, cleanse of the game. Gunther's. I saw what you put in chat. That's great. I approve. Okay. Golf Peaks actually looked like a decent game. So we'll play that. Hopefully it's not loud. Let's turn that down a little bit. Right, so it kind of like a puzzle, like that Chain Connect mobile game thing. It looked like that. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll save that to the end because it looks kind of quaint. Right, and then we'll do our timer. So it's a puzzle game with a certain number of movements. Right. Ah, good cleansing. Yeah, we do. Oh, this is so peaceful. Oh. Too peaceful, yeah. Well, after all the cringe that we've been through tonight, we need a little peaceful. I'm gonna say that we need a little peaceful. Oh. Ah. There we go. This game is a great example of introducing more mechanics to make it more and more challenging and more interesting. this takes off the edge. I just wanted to. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to see. Okay. 313. Jim giving it away. Right. This is a nice game. This is... I knew this would be a nice game. This is a nice game. Oh. I see. Three was a red herring. Right. Okay. What is that? That takes me off the edge. Yeah, okay. That takes me off the edge as well. So I have to use this. There we go. those didn't do anything. Oh, the ball can't sit in it. Oh. Oh, I understand. Okay. Hmm. Wait, what? Right, okay. Just one order difference. Right, okay, you're starting to make things very difficult now. Okay. Alright, I'm assuming we have to hop over water. Let's see if we die. Let's just go ahead and... Yeah. Okay. Gotcha, Jim. Okay. I did not know that. Oh, we actually want to go in the water. Oh. I see. It makes your head think really differently. Right, okay. Welcome, Susborn. What's the name of this game? This game is called Golf Peaks. Welcome, Susborn. This is actually a nice game that I thought would be a nice game because this is the last game we're playing for Cringe, and we've had a lot today. So this is actually a really actually ending on a really nice, calming game like this is really, really beneficial. I must say. That corner, man. I don't know what that white square does yet. Oh. Okay. That is true, Jim. Okay. Oh, it didn't end me here. Oh, I thought it would end me there. Right. Gotcha. Because I jumped. Gotcha, Sussman. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Like, I can't do that. For instance. What actually happens if I do that? Okay. Right. Oh. That's correct. Oh, and then we can do that, that, and then that. There we go. I'm thinking with portals, that's right. That is correct, mundo. So I think that's the wrong move. I think. Right. I feel pretty confident about what does this do exactly? Okay, that does that. Okay. So we have to do something like that. And then I thought do something like that. And then so the only way to get out of this is to actually kick it. So if I do that, for instance. Right. Let me just try this. Okay, that worked. No, I didn't want to do that. Go back to this. One extra move was screwing with me, honestly. Because I try to think about how many moves the cards have and try to use all the moves. But sometimes it's not all the moves. Okay. Okay, definitely some interesting and different mechanics. Okay. Oh. Oh boy. Okay. Right. There we go. Right. Hmm. So we have to come from this angle. Wait a minute. I need to do... Alright, yeah. Pause. Alright, we'll finish this puzzle real quick. Okay, so... I think no matter what, one of these with the 1 is an answer. I think that. Right. So if I do this, this will work. And if I do this, that will not work. Right. I do that. That'll put us in the water. And I can fall in the water again if I want. So, I have to have a jump. Potentially. Oh, I see. Or, I'm sorry. I got it now. Does that not make me... I thought that made me... It didn't make me jump like I thought. So I do it the... Let me try it the other way now. No, I'm sorry. This way. The 2 seems irrelevant. Try 1 move, then two move at the start. Okay. So... Gotcha. Um... God, this is hard. Okay. if the one is... Not 2, 1. Third need to be... So if I do something like that... That does that. Two, 1 in either order to get upper corner. Okay. So let's do this. Okay. 2, 1 in either order to get to upper corner. To get to upper corner. You're talking about this corner right here. This is upper corner. Holy shit. Very good, Susporn. Damn. Yeah, that got me. That was, even Nox wasn't even like going, what was that? That's a good one. That was good. This game is good. Fun. Very fun. Anyway. Ow. That's my table. Thank you for watching. I do really, really appreciate it. And of course, don't forget, do not forget, if you want to be immune to that face, you must stay unstoppable. Woohoo! I will see everyone with a beautiful face tomorrow morning for some RimWorld. And of course, tomorrow night, we have more Dark Souls. Tomorrow night's Dark Souls will be a lot of grinding because we've got to get those achievements. So, a little bit BS in the meantime. So, but yeah. Hope you guys have a wonderful night. See you then. Bye-bye.